All right. Let me get started. Good afternoon, everybody. Starting on time today. We always try to. I've got so much I want to get done today. That we're gonna pretty much just kind of jump into it. Make sure it's looking good. Audio levels look fine. YouTube isn't complaining about anything. Maybe it is complaining about something. Raise low. No, raise not low. Okay. All right, let's get started. Hello. Hello and welcome back to Satisfactory, Pixel Perfect. This is a live stream between 59 and 60 episode. My name is Okada, of course. All the formalities out of the way. We are, of course, returning to the turbo motor project that we have been working on over the past several episodes. Not indirectly over the past several episodes when building out the infrastructures, but past 2 or 3 episodes, of course, have been more direct on getting the final resources put together and the job site prepared. So we are really more or less prepared to start working on the site itself. Of course, last week we established all of the train stations, the connections. All of those are good. We tested them. There was a bug in one of them where we had to dismantle and rebuild. So we tested that, and that was excellent that we did. So I don't think there's anything else to concern ourselves about that. There is one more thing. Everyone, I should probably check my copper products. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, I should get the copper sheet. Turn back around. For anyone who hasn't seen yesterday's episode yet, because it did drop pretty late. Fortunately, I wasn't able to complete it in the time period that I wanted to complete it in, due to external life forces, and that put me back on the filming and editing of it. But we did get it out yesterday. I mentioned that we have a fairly significant problem to overcome, which is the need for station space here at home, as related directly to this project. Oh, stuttering here. So I want to look before we leave the area at what we have, and kind of discuss what needs to happen, why it needs to happen, and I'm gonna do a little bit of piping at some point. And I don't know that we're gonna build the station right now. Something that can sort of be held off, but we kind of need a plan. And so I want to, before we leave the area, I want to kind of go over that. We don't need iron products because we're building them on site. So we don't have to worry about that. Everything else is at the warehouse. I have some rifle ammo on me. I don't think we even have a rifle. We do not have a rifle on us. Okay. Well, I think we can dump that off in our temporary store. A little bit of inventory management. We do need placement rebar, though I don't anticipate us getting into any conflicts. I did between episodes start a small little manufacturer here of just like one stack of explosive rebar because we ran out, and we don't. I don't think we have an actual manufacturing for smokeless powder. In fact, I know we don't because it requires heavy oil residue, and it's not like we're transporting that stuff home, and we would not use it as a regular thing anyway. So at some point, I think that I need to set up a train like just full of gunpowder and roll it over to our turbo fuel plant, siphon off, a pipe of the heavy oil, mass produce it all to smokeless, bring it back, and then that would be it for the rest of the series. We would never need all of it. Oh, it's actually more. But I did. I had a couple stacks and the explosive rebar in here. What did I do wrong? Explosive rebar. No inventory. That means it's all processed. It not connected to anything else. Where is it? See all the regular rebar. Okay, that's weird. Definitely didn't come by and pick it up because I ran off to do other things. Definitely connected. All right, so mysteriously vanishing explosive rebar, or I'm just being completely blind and looking over it. It's red, it's hard to miss. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay, so it's because of the number being over, it's identical. All this regular rebar? Yeah, because if I sorted it, which means it would go to the top. All right, at least we have some on it. So I'm gonna leave this here for now. It's temporary, but until I have the smokeless powder, there's nothing I can really use it. But we're not anticipating any combat anytime soon. Just a matter of protocol. It's good to have some ammo on you if you're carrying a weapon. I don't think we really need anything else. Fine in most of this. So, as I was mentioning, we have a small problem, which is that we need to export the radio controlled units and fuse modular frames from here and send them to the new turbo motor site for combining into pressure cubes. And then we need to be able to bring back the turbo motors. The thing is that at the new site, we can only use the first 3 sections of a station. We need the train to manage all of that stuff in the first 3 cargo slots. So that would be, 1 and 2 ostensibly would be fuse modular frames and radio controlled units, and then 3 would be turbo motors or some mixture thereof. Now, the turbo motors is less of a concern because we have receiving stations here that we could, we could put it in any one of the 3 slots and reuse one of these because they're generic drop-offs that just go to the warehouse. However, we would still need 2 of the 3 front ones to be good for exporting, and we can't do that with our current setup. Not without hijacking our personal train station, which we're not going to do. So, no. Because we leave this parked all the time. Even though we're not using these first 2, which means we could kind of get away with it. Having these be the export, and then the train would come in here and it would pick up radio controlled units and the fuse modular frames, and then we'd have to loop back around and then drop off the turbo motors. I think it's not ideal. No, so we need a new station. It's just, and it's going to come down to, do we send outwards here? I'm a little uncomfortable with it because it's already dangling bits. I mean, we still need to put support pillars, but it's still going to go up pretty far. I mean, this side's not a big deal because it would be over these. And it's the most likely solution, it's an obvious one. The other one would be to see if we could fit one in sideways, like over in this area. But that introduces other problems with the incoming line. Now the exporting line wouldn't be too big of a deal because they could potentially, like if it was out there, I could wrap it around and then merge it right here, and then it could just pass through this station to leave. So it's worth toying with the idea because it's going to be a limited, or can be a limited size station. Unlike these, which are 5s, 6 wide or long because of course the terminal in the front, but it's 5 cars wide. This could be a shorter one because it'd be dedicated to its single purpose if we built it over there. So that's a logistic that we need to overcome. We just don't have to overcome it right now. Any other thing I want to do before we leave is I want to prepare for the next stage of elevator. Because last time we stopped by the manufacturing over there and sorted some things out, and during the episode I set up the return of the assembly director system. So that area is completely done with the previous product, and it's free to be transitioned into the next product. Might still be getting delivered. Yeah, you see the assembly director systems are still being delivered here. And then it's fine. So it's coming down here, and it's making its way, and then all the way up to the space elevator. So this is a done deal. We need to start sending new material to the site and setting up machines, or converting machines, because they're already all set up. The manufacturing area is already set up for what needs to be done. And get them processing the first step of the next item. Now, based on the spreadsheet, which I'm not going to bring up, but I'm going to reference. Based on the spreadsheet, it looks like I was preparing for the thermal propulsion rocket. And it's skipping a step. We're skipping the magnetic field generator. And I think that I've already prepared all the materials for the thermal propulsion rocket, except for the last thing, which happens to be turbo motors, which of course is what we're working on. Here. Notes. Like 1,000 fuse modular frames. Pretty sure we have that aside right here. Yep. 1,000 fuse modular frames. 5,000 motors. Nothing in there. That looks like rotors. We need 2,500 of. Way more than we need. Looks like I just let it run. And so forth, right? So there's the motors. Again, we need 2,500, no, 5,000 of. So 2 containers and a little bit off the top. I'll get an extra stack. Stacks. So we are more or less prepared for the next one, but I was looking at them like I kind of want to do them in order and do the magnetic field generator next instead. And what we would need today is we would need stators and AI limiters, 6,000 stators and 4,000 AI limiters. And That's empty. Is wait, out. Looking for, so stators are going to be down here-ish. I think we're too far. Those are motors. Those are a belt. Why would this have nothing on it? Stators, right? Stators. We need stators on the other. Didn't happen to have them on the side. Okay. We need 6,000 of those. That's 4,800. We know we have a double storage container up above us, so that means we have the 6,000. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, I think that this was 12.5. Goodness. I think this was from the assembly director system. Yeah, we needed 60,000 of them. We did the other bits. So this seems to be a leftover, which is fantastic. No. Let's move this forward to staging. And we will need 4,800. Here. Capacity of 1,800. $1.25 containers worth. We're gonna need, well, we're just gonna need 1,200 more. All container. We're gonna, I know we're clipping, and that's an egregious sin. All this needs to be cleaned up, and this is all temporary because this is all for the space elevator stuff, which we're gonna be done with, and then we just figure all this out. But this will not connect. Got it. Nice. Mark 5 isn't going to be good if the... Oh, really? Mark 1. We only need... Something is suspicious. They were out of state. Couldn't be, because nothing's using them. Alright, time to go upstairs, find out what's going on. Are these things? Right here. We're out of stators. How can we be out of stators? What has happened? What? How are we out of stators? Stators don't even leave this place. They literally... Like, we use them before they get here? is this going? Temporary manufacturer that was making electromagnetic roll rods. This was anticipation for another space elevator thing. So that's why that's temporary. I don't understand why we have no stators. Are we using 100% of our stators in regular manufacturing? Spreadsheet to the rescue. Stator. We're using all but 2 per minute. Ooh. Okay. Well then, that's a thing. That's a thing. To make a stator. So I'm thinking we need, I said, what, 1,200? We need 1,200 more. Our job site for the elevator manufacturing has copper wire manufacturing already there because we made the 1.2 million, something like that, cables. And I never disabled that. It's just running, going into a sink. So we have copper wire there. Could just make the stators there. Just add an extra step. Probably going to be the thing we need to do. Because we have pipe here. And so we would need 3,600 pipe. Right there goes pipe right there. We just send the pipe instead. Make it on site. I mean, that's what the whole point of the area is, right? It's manufacturing. All right, we're going to. Yeah, see, there's 9. It's a trickle feed. We're not going to do that. In fact, we need to probably disable the other thing. Well, so the storage starts to fill back up because we need access to it to for our personal inventory. We need it for production of something. So let's break that because this is done anyway. I think we already had as many as we needed of roll rods. 3,000. In fact, we needed them for the thing that I'm talking about right now, is the magnetic field generator. It's a later step. We need 4,000 of them. Okay, I guess we're reconnecting that. We're just gonna let it trickle feed. I can address this later. Let it go. Leave it alone. Because that's a final step in the process of the thing that we're working on right now. Ring 4. So that's fine. We need 3,600 steel pipe. Those are the beams. Steel pipe would be next to it. Not beam belt. There it is. Barely do that. Just need to grab 3,600 out of there. This is going to go straight to the train station, so I'm not. This is going to get deleted almost immediately. Why is this wrong way? Or merger runners. Brilliant. And we don't have to worry about the cables. Or the copper wire, because that's gonna make that on site. Big deal. We'll just peel away from the existing line. That's coming out there, and it should be going up. Yes, perfect. Excellent. So we will load these. We had to make sure that was going to the right place. Nothing worse than sending stuff down a conveyor, especially when you have a limited number of them. There's the exact number of them, and then realize that conveyor is going to somewhere else, like maybe a sink. That's bad mojo. That's gonna. So we can get that loaded while we're getting the pipe set aside. Gonna starve the manufacturing of something for a little bit. That's okay. Mark 3. I didn't do a mark belt to at least let more of it still go towards the manufacturing. But that's an extra bit. Can help. A lot more. Let it roll. I forgot last time we made a back door here. Okay, so that's progress. Thinking that the express train for the base elevator is probably done bringing all this stuff here. Yeah, I don't think it's dropping anything else. So we can intercept it. And we're just going to use our personal train to drop this stuff off, I think. So we'll might have to adjust. Great platform. at the job site. There's the space elevator specialist our way. That little guy right down there. Get a little loop-de-loop there. Yeah. Way on up. So what else do we need? 40,000 rubber, which we don't need today, but we need. And we need our AI limiters, 4,000 AI limiters. Right there, I think. Yep. That's a little bit more of a pain. Although, now that we already have this out here for the temporary one. And off of it. Or for a window. The reason we have these ones. Oh, it is getting congested in here, isn't it? I really need to clear all this up. Like, this stuff was from long time ago projects. They all can be scrapped. And I've just been a bad boy. You know, I mean, because it's a valuable product, right? It's like, oh, what if I need a bunch of these? Oh, you know, I'll get on the side. Of course, it's ignoring the fact that we have a giant container above us full of them. You stack to 100. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 2, 3, 4. 48. 4,800. Nice. So we don't even need a full container of them. Nearly, but not really. I can't help but wonder, are there actually stators coming? Should have a 2 permanent surplus. We sat here for 60 seconds. We should see 2 of them stroll right on by. There's our stators right there. So they're actually being produced. Pardon me. They're actually being produced down at the old steel plant area. So we should see. I mean, you can see that it's pretty much just keeping right up with the manufacturing that's needing it. Not getting behind, so I have every reason to believe that every now and then we would see one sneak through. on. So close. I mean, if we were using them faster than they're coming in, then this entire line would be long empty. But you'd think by now we would have seen one slip past. He's getting so close. Come on. Give us one. It's acting like we have it exactly on the dot. Spreadsheet says otherwise. And I'm not going to troubleshoot it right now. Like, clearly, we're keeping up with whatever local manufacturing needs it. Otherwise, that line again would be empty. Been here long enough, we should have seen at least one of them escape towards the warehouse. And clearly, it used to fill up because we had all those at the warehouse to do the other manufacturing. Excellent. Nothing should have. Right. That's something for future me. That's something I'll follow up on off camera. Drag you guys along with it. That's now empty. We're gonna need stators for anything else. Yeah, related to the space elevator. Rotors. No. This should be all we need for stators. This we've got all the pipe that we need. 3,600. A little bit more than we need, that's okay. That should be 1,600, right? It was 8 wide. So it should be 1,600, 32, 34, 36. That should be our 36. That should update, reflect that we've done our math properly. Excellent. Perfect. Pass it through here because we know that's going to the train. And at the job site, we'll sort them out and bring in the copper wire that we need. And AI limiters, we needed 48. No. 48 to what it hold. 4,000 dot. Clearly the belt above is not Mark IV. Which is no surprise because when we built this warehouse, Mark III was what we had, so everything has a Mark III lift on it. My boy right here. Stairs. Why do we not have a sign in front of it? Definitely AI limiters. Mouse mode. There we go. Hotkey for copy. Paste. Excellent. That should a little bit more, but actually carry some of it down. I know that's against my usual things. I love watching the automation, but so don't drag you guys through any more waiting for belts to do stuff. And I want to get going. I love how this right here perfectly dips right into that. Like, I don't have to duck or anything like that. It's literally just, you know, just right. That's better. Screaming now. Okay. Pipe is almost done. Go Mark 5, go. It'll take less than a minute. What? 4,800 per minute. So what we'll do is real quick, we'll head to the manufacturing area for the space elevator. We'll peel away. Technically, we don't have to wait on this, right? Because we have to do some manufacturing for stators to make up for our shortfall. There's an extra step beyond what we actually expected to do. So we'll need to peel away from the copper wire line. Pull, we're good. And redirect some of that to the assembler line. And we'll just store the AI limiters there for the next stage. Update 4,000. Perfect. Done. We're gonna be good housekeepers here. We're gonna clean up some of this temporary stuff as we go. And this, now that we know we got the exact numbers, we don't have to wait on this because it's going to be, instead of being step 1, it's now going to be step 2. So the train can loop back and pick up the rest of it. Especially since we ran out of space. Oh, that's going the wrong. Not wrong ways, but it's the right way for when it was placed, but now we need them in the opposite direction. And then the bottom across with it. Great. The one thing that we need in there is the steel pipe, and the limiters are now. You know what? We'll slow down the rate that the AI limiters are coming in, so they don't keep usurping the thing that's being loaded onto the station. There we go. Now it's steel pipe. That's what we need. Okay. Let's start loading. Oh, I don't have any restrictions here. Good. So that means it'll load whatever. And it'll go to dunes left, where the stations already are. I'm being a little bit of a conflict with the existing manual dock. The existing specialty train, that's fine. As long as it's moving, they won't get backed up. They just bounce back and forth. Or better yet, elevators. We didn't have anything. Yeah. We'll dump dunes left and shift it over to dunes right. And we'll take home right off. Very safe with that. Okay. Oh, there's no actual place for it to U-turn at the dune station, so it's gonna have to go away, do a UE somewhere else, and come back just so it can shift over one station. That's fine. It's an empty train, and since I didn't put anything else on its station list, it'll get there and it'll just park. Now, a feature I would like to see of trains is that if there's only one station, I would like to see them auto-disable the AI once it arrives at the station. Get there and shut, do its docking and then shut off, instead of continually attempting to go somewhere when it doesn't have something else on the list. I think that would be nice. Because right now it just continually tries to dock over and over and over again. Aside from it being a little annoying because you keep hearing it honking if you're nearby because it keeps trying to leave and then not go anywhere. It also locks up the stations, the freight platforms. You can't interact with them when someone's docking. And it just keeps relocking them over and over again. So if you want to interact with them, you got to catch it between its docking. Why I was just get in the train and turn off the AI. We will want to stop this train just shy of docking because I need to make sure the stations are in the order that we need them. I also need to make sure, I'm pretty sure the third one isn't on unload. But I don't want it taking away anything from the rest of our stuff here. In fact, like freight platforms on all of them. Make sure these are all on load. That's a platform. On load, because this is where the final product was coming in for the active director system, assembly director system, whatever it is. We're going to safety that. And actually, we need less than a load of pipe. So we can make it that. And then daters. Yeah, and we need less than one of AI limiters. This. Copy. Shut them all down. And we'll limit. Although this should be the overflow. In case something ever goes wrong and something wrong gets delivered here, it'll dump into there. Never happened, but it doesn't mean it can't. Unload. To unload. Perfect. We'll let this just bounce because they were still loading back at home. And let's make sure that none of these have outputs connected to them. Good, they do not. And computers. Regular stator. I know I always pre-math stuff, but I don't think I'm going to bother pre-mathing the wire, upper wire. I'm just going to, because we're mass manufacturing it over there, and we'll still get the exact number that we need because the other, the pipe is exact. So these will just end up, it'll be annoying because I'll have to come through here and I'll have to clean all these out of all the extra copper wire. That's okay. For expediency here on the stream, we're just not gonna worry about it. We want to go about this. This is gonna be ugly. Doesn't work. Didn't do it anyway, but doesn't. So temporary. I cannot. I haven't even built it yet, and I already can't wait to tear it down. Oh, good grief. I don't feel like I'm asking that much of you. This is so bad. Why am I doing this? Okay. And this isn't happening. Alright, collectively, you guys are probably at 180. Oh, 70. Oh, it's only 2 of them per. So, oh, 180. I was right. Doing 60. Yeah, 30 per minute, 30 per minute. So that's all correct. Except for this. I'm not going to, for the sake of argument here, I'm not going to bother converting everything else over. This is just enough to get things moving. Of course, these are going to pass through the 1.8 or 1.6 million storage, or 1.2 million, whatever it was, storage of for the previously for cables, but it comes out down here and should start popping up on these lines. For all of it, right? After the, there they go, right there. Wait out the autosave. First autosave of the session. That means we are an hour in. And we still haven't started the main project. Okay, there it is. Good. All right, it's all showing up. Perfect. So, assuming that we are at the right number of steel pipes in 36. I think we did 36 now. Still being delivered. That's fine. I trust that we mathed it properly. This already goes into there, which goes into all of that, which then comes out and is the other side. You see, I so frequently have done temporary, large-scale storages for various purposes, and they just all get daisy-chained. At 15 per minute. 4, 5, 7, 8. That's 120 per minute. 240 across the whole thing. These are all Mark 5s. Alright, I'm not gonna bother mathing all this out. I'm just gonna upgrade a couple of the lines and I'm mostly taking care of it. And then we should have we should have it start producing stators over here, and this will be our inventory control, just to make sure that there was no faulty math. So once it's done, this should be full of the remaining that we needed, which was 1,200. There they go. All right, excellent. Okay. So, I think we're done here. We'll just let this run its thing, and if there's any belts that are too slow, it's not going to matter because it's going to just go and run out anyway. So I'm not concerned about the delivery rates of materials. Like, we did no calculations on the wire. There's probably not even enough wire being produced to keep up with it because of the fact that we only took 3 machines worth. And right now, I don't care. We have so much time of other stuff that we're doing that this is going to be done before we come back anyway. That's all fine. Now all we need is our train. Okay, our train is on its way back. Home out of the loop. You hear the other one over there honking constantly? This is what I was talking about. Just trying to dock over and over again. It'd be nice if it turned off the self-driving when it knows it doesn't have any other stations. Welcome. My mom bakes cakes. Nice name. You go for a cake. You wish we could save our color palettes so we could transfer between a new game. Can't. Because we can have to test that. We can save individual colors. I thought that was to your account or your profile. Like I save all of my custom colors. But I agree that if we customize any of these, yeah, I don't think transfer's over, right? Because when I started this world, this is the yellow red is my standard color. Like when I play Satisfactory, everything's yellow and red. That to me, that's a factory color set. And it's been so long since I played with the default orange that me, Satisfactory's default is yellow and red. So it always looks weird to me when I see everything in orange on someone else's. And I do remember that when I started this world, I had to copy those colors over. Or at least I had to configure the colors. I don't know if I had to copy the color numbers over or if they were in my presets. Save them. Yeah, I'd have to check in on it. Definitely would be a nice quality of life feature if it's not. Totally agree with that. Stop. We have not gone to nuclear power yet. We are working on turbo motors. We kind of skipped a little bit in the process because turbo motors are required for Mark III miners. And in my opinion, Mark III miners come so late in the game that they're basically just not useful. It's like, oh, great, we're done with the game. Great, now we can build Mark III miners. So I skipped ahead in our natural progression to turbo motors next, so that we can actually try to enjoy having availability for Mark III miners on things like nuclear power. We are going to job site, which is wonderful. And this is, in case you missed it, this area here is our manufacturing area for our space elevator. We're starting on, what is it? Magnetic field generators. Let it go. Come back to it later, see where it is. Because we had a shortage of stators, so it's going to manufacture stators on site. The exact numbers we need. So our priority, now that we got that dealt with, we're going to the job site for turbo motors, and the next thing that we need to do is decide on what order we're going to put the floors in. And on the spreadsheet, I've done a tentative kind of grouping for how I think that the floors will probably go. So, like, the first floor of machines are probably going to be the fluid machines. This means water and aluminum scrap, aluminum solution. I don't think we're using any other fluids. I mean, technically the nitrogen gas is a fluid, but we don't have to deal with pumping. So, what I want to do is I want to have probably the packagers, or the unpackagers, are going to unpack the water bottles and run them straight into the refinery, because we only need one refinery for the aluminum, because it's hyper efficient. So the two packagers, which will unpack 120 per minute of water a piece, they'll need 200, so they'll easily cover it. They'll merge in a pipe, go straight into the refinery. That refinery then will spit out aluminum solution, which will go straight into another refinery, make our scrap. It will also have the byproduct. The scrap will then have the byproduct of water, which will also go straight into an array of, I think, 6 refineries, yeah, for copper sheeting. So we're going to need to figure out where we're making our copper ingots. It may be on the floor above it or the building adjacent to it. As I'm looking over my proposed spreadsheet, I did not nowhere in here did I put copper ingot production. That's not true, I did. So yeah, so probably on the, depending on how the floor works out, we might put the smelters on the same floor, or we'll probably put them in the adjacent building, and we can unload all of the scrap, all the ore over there, and then bridge it across to the refinery floor. And we're not going to tightly pack in all the machines. We need the building needs to have a minimum height, and we also have the visual aesthetic that we're designing with the glass floors that we want to be able to see down through, and so we don't want to obstruct that view. All right, here we are at the job site. Not much to look at from up here, is it? And run out of electricity. Try to fall into the void. Looks like the concrete has filled up. Our temporary on-site concrete. I'm going to do a temporary just junk container because stuff that we don't need. Just to manage our inventory a little bit better. I think we picked up something else when we're trying to finagle all the stuff for delivery. Anything else obvious? We're gonna need these until we're not gonna. So I think I don't know what we're gonna need these for. We've already run all the rail. Now we're in between. And we need to start picking up. So this is literally all the materials for the job site, which is ridiculous compared to the other projects that we have done in the past, where we had rows of these things. Have I sat on the train or on an empty train car? Yes. Oh yeah, I love riding on trains. One of the fun things you can do is if you, I can't show it really right now, but stand in front of the train, you can get caught on the front like this. And you can just ride on the front of the train. And it's like you're the train. Eventually, usually it'll throw you, but you can get a pretty good ride usually, riding on the front of the train, like you're the locomotive. Which is definitely a lot I like doing. I kind of want to transfer all of this stuff down. I mean, now that we have, an actual station. Send you away temporarily. Get out of the way. And done trying to dock. We can load all this stuff into one of these, because remember the stations that we have below us are only 3 train cars wide, and so we can't use our personal train for this. I think we're going to actually take this stuff downstairs. Quick temporary train. We'll take it to the middle or a spot. And of course this location here, dock. Second, let it pull this up. we don't want this to bounce back up yet until we're ready, so we'll make it just pointlessly loop around. There. It'll bounce back and forth between those two stations until we're ready to hijack it and send it back. Because I don't think that we have enough. I think it's just a little bit more than the station can hold. So this might need to bounce up here and back down. I don't need to write this. We need to prepare for it. So it's going to be station number 3. It's going to be the middle station. Let's head down. Down into the mist. And then the wall that keeps us from flying out into the nether. Platform. Six. Unload first. If we can get this right the first time. Where it says. Perfect. Look at that. And this is our transfer floor. We're not building on this floor as much as we're reserving it for conveyors going to and fro and allowing us to not use our production floors to have conveyors going all crazy, wonky all over the place. And if necessary, we can have buffers on this floor as well. Okay. So that will get us what we need down here on the job site, so we don't have to keep a tube up top and worrying about our inventory space. What are you doing here? Oh. What? No, 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 no. Station 4. When it broke my... Oh, I built it on the wrong station. This is... the one with the station on. Okay. Okay. We'll just have to put that back on the train if we took anything off. I guess I canceled it in time. Good. Okay. Try this again. 2 for 2. So now that, there we go. And now I should be able to unload. Personal train. We need to wait until we know that guy has brought everything. So I don't want to leave this down here because this train is too long for this set of stations. See, that's going to prevent the aero train from making it down here. So if we pull it a little bit further ahead, since we used pathing signals and not blocking signals, it should be able to squeak past it. Although if we pull it forward, it's going to block the egg. We'll just let it continue on its loop, and we'll go up there and just see whether or not it's done loading everything. And we're going to do some architecture as we build up the building. And I'm hoping that it'll be visible. Considering, the nature of the fact that the building is in the mist. We might not be able to see. Okay, anything up? And the upper pack broke again. Great. Park our personal train back up here. Well, that's not a good sign. Front car on it is empty, which it should not be. Where did you just put your stuff? Bet you I know exactly where it's stuck. Bet it's on station number 5. I think we put a freight platform there just, as an example of how things were going to be. It shouldn't have been set to unload. Oh. No. Okay. Okay, this is very troubling because our first train car is a very important train car. We're going to verify. Nothing in here. Get rid of this. I feel like that can't happen. That first train car has all of our very time-tested, measured out numbers of miscellaneous inventory stuff that we need. That over the past couple of years of the series we have refined. It was. I hope it didn't It shouldn't have melded with this. Plus there'd be a stack of computers in there because that's the first item in the list. It definitely didn't unload here. It hasn't been anywhere that can unload. Right, the base elevator station has fluid containers in the front. Where have you been? What did you do? See, all of our belting materials and like piping and stuff are in this car. And this is all of our concrete-based stuff. It has to have gone to a station that had a completely empty freight platform in order for it to successfully have unloaded all of that stuff. Need to find those materials. We need them for building. Like, it's really important set of stuff. Making this, these. I know there's no way they can be in these platforms. Being official about it. I mean, I swear that the container was there with us when we drove here. No way I would have missed that that was empty. 3. Whew, did knock me off. I'm gonna have to, if we can't find it, I mean, obviously not right now on stream, but I'm gonna have to go back and review footage of the last time I opened up the inventory on that so I could rebuild that train car. The train hasn't been anywhere else. I almost feel like it's glitched and that there's actually a train, you know, there's actually a part here. It's not loading for some reason. I'm not actually suggesting that's the case. I'm always hesitant to chalk up mysteries to bugs because something with early access. But early access, sometimes bugs happen. I have a suspicion now that I know what happened. And if it's true, then it would be a bug. We sent it to, right, we put the freight platform on the wrong station. position number 4, which is where it went to. Remember, we caught it unloading. I jumped on there and I hit cancel dock. We checked station. There wasn't anything on it. We checked the container. It didn't have anything in it. But that was the front. So it was this one. We saw it try to dock. And we canceled it. I wonder if it glitched and it just everything disappeared into limbo because we canceled the docking. That's a big coincidence that it's the front car. And I know where we're going it's not going to be. It should be a fluid platform. So if it's not there, I think what we're going to do is we're going to leave the train behind. Take a temporary train back to the job site so that this train is unloaded. And then call it remotely. And hopefully it reloading into the world will replace the missing materials. I'm going to definitely have to go back and review the footage of the car being there and when did it disappear. That was weird. My UI disappeared for a moment. The game stuttered. Never seen it do that. I thought it was going to crash. I remember where we were last time we stayed. I'm canceling the auto drive because I don't want to risk it shocking. Couldn't dock. Cover the basis. So fluid platform clearly does not have material. My other question is, did I have a stack and a half of computers on me? Now there'd be cables in there as well. Yeah, if I had even if I'd grabbed a partial inventory, I know this is how many cables we had. I'm gonna tentatively go on record as saying that there was a bug that happened and it ate our front car. That would be a first for sure. I've definitely never seen that happen. Now I've seen the cars go non-corporeal, but that was due to a bug in a mod I no longer use because of that problem. That was the construction preferences. We're gonna call him remotely after we get where we're going. So one of the cool things about the construction preferences mod was that you could set your defaults for things like what your default power pole was. You know, if you drag a wire from a pole, it defaults to Mark 1. Although I think that in update 8, it now defaults to whatever pole you originally connected it. Let's say you connected it initially to a machine. Then put a Mark 1 pole down. And I never use Mark 1 poles willingly. The construction preferences would allow you to, there's a little menu where you were able to select what your default would be. So it would always build, in my case, a Mark 2 pole. And it also allowed you to, like when you're doing conveyors, you were able to change it to where if you were dragging a conveyor and then placing it on the ground, instead of it giving you the conveyor pole, you set it to be a conveyor stacker. It's also pretty awesome. Because I mean, I'm always, when I'm drawing conveyors across, a distance, I always end up having to draw, I drag it to the distance I want it to be, or to what its max distance is going to be to measure it. And then I have to cancel it and pick the stacker from my hotbar, place the stacker where it would have been built, and then go back and reconnect and redraw it. It was so much more convenient with the extra preferences would just automatically be the thing I set it to, which would use stackers. However, at some point a bug was introduced to it, and containers become non-corporeal. Like you couldn't interact with the freight trains. The train itself you could interact with, but the freight cars you couldn't. And you would actually pass through them. Same went with for like train stations, you couldn't open their interface. You have to exit and reload the game entirely. Just definitely not desirable. And it would happen reliably. It wasn't like it was just maybe it would happen eventually. It would happen every time I played. And I contacted the developer about it. Video or something. But a couple versions later, it still wasn't fixed. I disabled it. I haven't gone back since, but someday I'll probably reload it and see if that got fixed. I haven't even checked to see if it's available in update 8. But it was nice. It was a nice low quality of life mod. We are far enough away. There is another quality like breaking that train station. Train schedules. Probably. I just wanted our train to be unloaded. So strangely, you can't actually edit the train schedules from here. I can edit their name. You hear honking when I'm clicking. I can see what they're doing. But if I try to edit the station, then I get the regular station interface, which allows me to do this. That seems like a little oversight. Okay. Now we're going to let our train come back to us, and while we're waiting on it, I'm going to get down here and start. Go down in style. Or we'll come back up and take a look at it. Geronimo! It still seems weird to me with the parachute that you're so nimble with it. You shouldn't have this much fine motor control. I mean, I appreciate that they vastly improved the functionality of the parachute. They might have been a little too generous. I am, however, staying in line of sight of something because, I mean, it could be like this real easily where I just don't see anything and slowly sink into the void and have no idea that I'm not over the station, because there's plenty of space where this isn't. That's still void, like all the way over here. I think the stuff during the aborted docking went into limbo. We are going to want, I think, at least a 3-floor height, 3-wall height floor. Probably. And that gives us, a reasonable amount of height for conveyors. Before we get crazy on drawing all that out, oh man, the missing train car has all our plastic we're gonna need for all this flooring. That's unfortunate. Fortunate thing is that we're not far away from a station that's producing plastic, so we'll get more plastic. But let's tentatively just start. See if we can get an idea for, how many floors would it? So if we went with the basic layout, and we said my notes, my floor order first pass starts with a smelter floor. Smelters and foundries, which are the same size. And that's 26 smelters and 8 foundries. I think would be reasonable to say that between this building and the next building over, we would fit all of those because smelters are small. Even without sardining them in. Give them all a full block of P. That would be 6. If we put them here and here, merge their outputs. That would be 12, 24 just in one floor, right? Because This is one building. That's essentially all of the smelters. We probably want to be more generous with our space. Do one set of smelters per solid part. We'd have 6 each side. I mean, this is still wildly generous in space. This is gonna look basically empty. We'd have 6 over here, 6 over there. It's still gonna be 12. 24 with the if we do the neighboring building. Need 26, I said, so we can remath it a little bit. We could probably do them on the line instead. Maybe 7 in. So that would give us 14 per floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would make this 14. Would leave us with 12 more for the other side, plus the 8 foundries. Weirdness. Figure out how foundries are. And maybe we don't. Like, maybe we... Okay, we need 4 copper smelters. So I think we axe the 4 copper smelters, which would bring us down to 22. Which would allow us. We have 14 on one building. That's 8 on the other building, plus 8 foundries. We don't need to finalize the design. We know that we can comfortably fit these. Probably not make it look weird. So let's tentatively say floor 1. Building. 1, building 2. Oh, we said 14 on the first floor. Go with 12. Barium ingots. Then two iron ingot smelters. That's a weird grouping. I think, sanity's sake, we go just 12 smelters on one floor for the ingots, or for the Caterium ingots, because we know 6 and 6 will be fine, and that way we're not doing like, we're not breaking up like iron ingots between buildings. So floor 1, tentatively right now, will be our Caterium ingots and our iron ingots. And probably steel smelt. That's going to require us to bring in or bring up coal and iron ore. Okay, so because we're using the steel or the solid one right here. This is the recipe we're going to use for making our steel. So we're going to have smelters turning the iron ore into iron ingots first, then combining them with coal to get our steel. This recipe is ridiculously overpowered. And so it'll make sense to group smelters and the iron, or the foundries and the iron smelters. So tentatively that. And that gives us like the height, because it's going to be 3 wall heights with generic walls that don't require steel. For establishing, we're running out of concrete, and check on our train, which should be back. See if the cargo has magically reappeared. Place your bets. You know it's not going to be there. It's not there. I'm going to have to review footage. But the reason we came up here was not for that. Right here. Hypertube. Oh, great. I remember the game from before they had Hypertube. One of the best things they added to the game. Right along with floor holes and floor lifts, or conveyor lifts. Because a conveyor lift didn't used to be a thing. Oh, man. Definitely didn't dock here, right? There's no more stations anywhere. Nowhere it could have dropped them off. I'm almost positive that it just yeeted them into the void when I canceled that docking procedure. Okay. Wow, this is making me want to raise this another floor. Because we will want to have buffers in there for the autosave. Going when it first autosave. Because we've mostly just driven around and talked things out. Like, this is nothing. Like, if we loaded an old autosave, losing this, and in fact, we're going to be deleting this floor because I'm going to go up height. We've done the intangibles, which is we've made decisions. The only thing that we've tangibly done is item stuff for base elevator. I'm gonna let it go. I want to load the autosave and back where it was. So since it just autosaved, we could just come back to this. Let's I need to know. We're gonna load the autosave. So the game screen's gonna go black for a second here. Figure out where we were on the autosave, and I know that the train car was there for sure. And worst case scenario, take a screenshot of the contents of the car so I can repair it. Although unfortunately, I'm not on Steam. I'm on Epic. The F12 key doesn't screenshot. I don't think that the photo mode, the in-game screenshot photo mode, could be triggered while you're in a container. We would be opening the container to take a picture of it. I'm not sure if there's a hotkey, an equivalent hotkey in Epic for screenshots. I feel like there was something, but all right, come on, come on. You know, part of the problem with having this aged of a world is there's a lot of data for it to load. And this aged of a computer. Okay, so we were at where's over? Why have you not took over my mouse cursor and so it didn't bring it up? We'd already done everything. Look, the stuff was already coming in. Oh, okay. Well, only for us. The only thing we haven't done is connect to this. Okay, we'll just leave it. We'll just continue from here. We literally haven't done anything else from a construction standpoint. I mean, we lose a little bit of time on, you know, this. You know, the progress that the state is being made, but that's not. I mean, it was going to sit idle anyway. While it while we're doing other stuff. I think I'm gonna just start us heading. We don't need our personal train with us at the moment, so I'm gonna let it do another loop or two to make sure it's dropped off all of the stuff for this process to keep going, and then we'll call it to the site. So what we've determined is that we want at least one more wall height on that first floor, the transfer floor. And got our grouping now for first machine floor. Be most of our smelters. We're not going to have the copper ingot smelters. I'm going to park here for a second. I want to see our train pass by and verify it has the stuff on it. We're not going to have the copper smelters, copper smelters because, first of all, it's just kind of throwing the numbers off. Need to slim it a little bit. Just because the foundries are going to be larger anyway, so there might be some nudging of stuff, or I might spread them between two floors if necessary. And copper smelters can be on the same floor with the refineries. The refineries are going to be making the copper sheeting. And it's only 4 smelters, so we'll just take the copper ore to that floor, make the copper ingots, and then send them straight into the smelters to make the copper sheeting with the wastewater that's coming out of the aluminum process. So I think that's going to be the way to go. But I want to visually work out the floors. Still transporting stuff. Fine. See, the front car. All the important stuff. Didn't think that we were full on cable. That's okay. This is the result of like 2 years worth of refining the stuff that's in. Although we could probably swap out the packaged fuel for packaged turbo fuel, jetpack. Hey, buddy. Looking nice, looking nice. I love what they've done with the skins of these. And we're going to use this train to convey the stuff down to the floor for production stuff. Once we're done with that, we'll delete this train and call our personal train back. And by then, our personal train should be done transferring stuff over. We are having a sudden storm here. I just opened up out of the blue. Out of the clouds. Alright, so if the stream suddenly stops, you'll know we lost power. In which case, you know, just hang around. We'll be back. We don't lose power very often here. Pretty rare. But it can happen. It just blinks off and goes back on, so. Matter of rebooting the machine and resuming the stream. So I do apologize ahead of time if suddenly goes to a swirly thing, trying to load the stream that not getting any data. We did, a few months ago, we had a block-wide, neighborhood-wide power outage. It lasted like the entire night. It's the only time it's ever happened here. But it was funny because my the ice maker on my refrigerator had stopped working. Like, hadn't worked for months. And I was woke up in the morning by hearing the ice maker refilling. It's kind of loud. Which informed me that now I know why it was broke. It wasn't really ever broke. The water line that feeds it had gotten frozen. And it had thawed out during the power outage. So that's good to know. So if it ever stops working again, I'll know what to do to fix it. I'll have a pretty good chance of knowing what caused it. So I haven't measured how tall, how many wall heights we use in order to get out of the mist, because we want the buildings to appear picking up out of it. We don't just want to hide the building down in the mist. The point is for the buildings to disappear into the mist, and for an outside observer to see the trains disappearing into the mist, going down into it and coming out. All the magic's happening underground. So we need the buildings to be a minimum height, but I don't know what that height is. There isn't really a maximum height. Well, there goes the blue moth. Oh, white mouse. Here. There he goes, flying through the building. My mouse was stuck on the other side. It was on the in a cell in the spreadsheet. Okay, brakes. We don't want you to knock yet. Load it is. Here's the stuff. Got a couple trips, but it will handle everything. Build a separate one here to get pipe out of our inventory. I knew there was a second item that I had too much of, and it was we had taken some AI limiters out to zero out the appropriate number. I have no idea why we have crystal quartz in our inventory. I don't think crystal quartz is used in any construction. Manufacturing. Flat. I was glad we did this because it informed the inadequacy of the height of this building, of this floor. Again, we're going to want to have buffers in here. Now, I don't know that we'll need large storage buffers, but sometimes we do. Not as much for the buffering capacity as much as for the belt throughput capacity, because you can connect two belts to the same container. So if we have, and I don't find it likely in this particular project, but you know, sometimes we need to speed unload a station because other trains are coming through or something like that, and we need to be able to have two belts going in or out. Up with the pause, because you know when you stop and when a train stops and unloads, the station also stops feeding our conveyor. So the double buffer is good when you have a high throughput need. To catch up with something that might have gotten behind. While the station was unloading. I'm going to say tentatively 4. That makes this the first floor for our smelters and foundries. That's the height there. Be a minimum of 3. Might go with 4 just to make it more comfortable. Yeah, we're definitely gonna go with. Mist is so strong that you can't even see both sides of a building floor. I just need one grid here. Okay, we have the ingots handled. The smelters and foundries are done, except for the 4 for. Actually, there's 10 that's not accounted for, right? 4 for the copper ingots, 6 for the aluminum ingots, which I think is this next pairing, because I think we are entering into refineries. I think I nailed it. Try. Like usual. So we need a total of 8 refineries. We would have this kind of scenario here, where this would be aluminum. So we would have floppy alumina, which creates solution. Could be something to that effect. And this creates scrap. Oh, and we need to bring more coal here. I mean, we knew the total of coal, but we need to remember to split the coal between the foundries. Oh, I think that means we make this building 2. But this needs to be the same building that we're doing the steel in, so that we can have lines come up, drop off coal to the steel foundries, and then continue on up to the refineries for the aluminum. Right now we have steel ingots in the neighboring building. I think I want the refineries on this close side because of the aesthetic of the building variants. Let's see. Move. Carry them to building 2. Iron, steel to 1. Go with eight refineries on this floor. So aluminum solution, aluminum scrap, copper sheeting. We need 2 packagers. Unpacking water. So this isn't how we do this. Gotta be mindful of the fact that I'm using plastic. I mean, I could do temporary concrete. This is the flooring type I want these to be. And if we settle on this being the floor heights, then this is literally the floors. They will not have to be deleted and rebuilt. We'll just keep what we've already done. I think. So these would unpack water. Feed them to the solution machine. Solution machine goes to the scrap machine. Then we need scrap to go to 6 smelters. We need the water output of it to go to 6 refineries for the copper sheet. I expected initially for there to be a mismatch. Power. I expected initially for there to be a mismatch in the floor heights. So, for example, I didn't offset these when we adjusted the floors last stream, because we redesigned our floor layout. That's fine. That's probably fine. This is, I mean, it was always temporary, right? Here we turn. I think that's... Oh, that's not correct. Here. One more in. Tentatively, this would be how far apart the buildings are from each other. I'm seriously, if we get through this entire project, I don't fall into the void at least one time, it's going to be a miracle. I get focused on, like, okay, and that's when I stop paying attention to that little power circle there in the bottom left. And well, at some point, plummet. Well, anyway, we tentatively arrive at this height. One, two, four. Right, that's a transfer floor. 2, 3. Well, that's the transfer floor right here. This should be 4. 2, 3. Why is it not 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, give this one up. I think I'm okay with the first floor starting at this point. I mean, there's not a whole lot of room above stations. But, the drawback to every floor we add, height-wise, further we get away from being able to steer down the void. So there's a compromise between trying to get out of the mist and wanting to be able to be down in here in it. Tentatively, I'm gonna go with what we have. And later, we can adjust. I'm really, literally just trying to illustrate a point here. I'm caught up in the OCD matching. So the floor matching is, so like right here is the transfer floors are at the same height. The smelter/foundry floors, because the machines on both buildings are the same height, the floors still align. And I always expected that the refineries would be on their own floor, but only in one building. Which means this building's floor would be 5 or 6 high. So this floor would not be, the 4 high as the other ones. And one of the benefits of doing a 2-building solution was that the floors don't have to match. So the expectation is that this would end up being like a 4 high. Because all the machines on here would be foundries, smelters, constructors, etc. And then the floor heights would no longer align up. And later on, we could try to realign them if that's what we wanted to do. Oh my goodness, gotta be even higher. Because of the pipes. The stacks. But if the grouping isn't working out, for us to have all of the refineries on one floor, then we might end up spreading them across both buildings, and then the floors will still be aligned. Which is fine. I'm not on a mission to have the floors be misaligned. But it was always an acknowledgement that they could become misaligned, and that was one of the benefits, that we had that flexibility. I also did kind of imagine coolness of having them misaligned. Because of the opportunity to do something like this. Perfect. Because we're going to have walkways between the buildings, and having a height variant walkway is kind of cool. Probably possible that does magically work out to where we can put 2 floors. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it would. Because we're talking about our small floors are 4 high. This is 8 high. And we could just have 2 floors in here. Have something like that. I want this to be. We need to resolve A, can we do refineries in one building, or B, we do a hybrid floor. Like this, let's say we have to put some refineries over there. This is the other building. 1, 2, 3, 4. We could do something like this. Right, that's where the other floor's height is. Where we have refineries just down like this. There could be a cutout in the floor where the next floor kind of wraps around them. And we can still get this kind of mismatch. So we have, one of the floors has to have a minimum of 2 refineries, because that's the aluminum combo. And we have 6 refineries for the other stuff. Now I'm really confident we can fit 6 refineries. The thing is that we have other things we want to pair up with the refineries, and if the refineries are taking up all the space, then we can't reasonably pair them. No nudge thing. Don't know if I have enough material on hand for 4. I don't. Fine. So I mean, we could adjust over like a pixel or two and get it even out. I don't think I want to. I think we're pushing it. I think we do. Put aluminum in the same building as steel ingots because of the coal sharing. Copper sheeting. We move to building 2. We have scrap coming out here, so we can do. Like I said, this I think works out pretty well. I mean, we might flip them around. Like we might have this one facing the other direction, so the water comes around to here, and then solution comes around, and that way the scrap comes out towards the middle. That's probably what we could do. But this is kind of the clustering we can do. That's our packagers. That same floor. And then the 6 smelters. We already know the math for the smelters, right? It works perfectly. Something like that. I dumped off our crystal saying, "Oh, we don't need that to build anything. We need it for some." That's all right. We don't have to, because we're keeping notes anyway. We put the aluminum ingot smelters on this floor, and we call it a floor. So the copper sheeting goes over there for 6 refineries, which means we have to run water across. That's okay. That means we swap this order. Put these refineries over here. And the smelters on this side. I'm going out of my way to not align stuff at the beginning just so I can use the nudge. The cool. So tentatively, water goes there. Solution goes there. Aluminum ingots get made over there, so that right, something like that. Scrap and water comes across as the byproduct. $120 per minute, which is exactly on the dot what we need for the copper sheeting. And then we turn this into kind of a half floor. Like we probably do like 3 refineries and then cross the opening of 3 refineries instead of putting them all side by side and cramming them all in. And then smelters on the other end. Yes, the copper ingot smelters that makes the copper ingots then go into these refineries that are bringing in that are taking in the wastewater, and they turn them into copper sheet. And we're starting to get high enough to see the stuff. And we have a few more floors to go. So that's good. Plastic. Let's do it. Let's. Two. Probably the next floor will have constructors for making the canisters for nitrogen and probably packaging the nitrogen. Why are you... We never set that station to unload, and we never called our train home. Okay. Our plastic has not yet arrived. Too plastic to work with. Let's stretch it out. Unload the actual materials for building. Also, this from being a problem. Thank you. And we can delete that train. Where's our personal train? I would expect it to be in this area. Huh. Or else I should have gone. I was going back and forth between home and base construction area. It's right there. What are you doing in there? That's not a station. Shouldn't be able to stop there. Okay, something's going horribly wrong here. Operational. It's clearly waiting to pull into this station. Don't make me come over there. The only other one there that could block it would be this one, and it's parked out of the way. Send you somewhere else, anywhere else. So we left the station. Yeah, he was how was he blocking our train? Did I? Well, I mean, now I probably picked the wrong station, but it was originally on the right station. Oh, left. Confused, but why are you not letting me drag green no more? As long as it's moving, that's all I care. Okay. This guy will loop back and stop. This should take a left turn here. Good. All is as it should be. Get rid of that. Doesn't go back. Yeah, see, one was on Dune's left, one was on Dune's right. So they didn't have to pass through that station. Trains have a mind of their own sometimes. Have any plastic as part of build here? Borrow temporarily. Don't forget, we owe this construction site one stack of plastic. Be paid in full. Okay. What I want to do here is I actually want to draw this floor more or less. Five. Wide. But we don't have power, so if we jump off the edge, plummet. all these poles will be picked up on per date. This is the floor that would have our 6 refineries on it. Beam. We need motors. Fine if we're going to take the motors, because this is literally the stuff. These are the machines that we're building. That's what the point to cargo container is. It's there so we can make enough of these refineries. So tentatively, we do something like that can't be centered. Darn. Ah. They're the same width as a foundation. Edge. So something like we might push them forward to balance the floor out a little bit more, but this could be our 6 refineries for making heating. And the reason I wanted to place that out was because that gives us kind of a dimension for doing this. And having the floor wrap around it. Yeah, we'd probably push it forward a little bit more. But then we could do the 2 smelters or something. Maybe we have room below to do something. What we need to do is we need to say floor 2 and 3. If we're going to do this kind of split thing. That the binaries are 2 and 3. So like the water and aluminum ingots would probably be floor 2. I'm not sure what would this have. I like the idea of having this split flooring. And we could even like be a little cheeky with it and maybe move these over here and have a checkerboarded floor. Or we can turn them this way so they take up a little bit more of the floor, although they'd be that on that side because that's where the water's coming from. But we say something like this. You know, and side by side, it'd be 3 there, 3 over here. That would give us a little bit less room on this floor, which is good. Because we're going to start struggling for what are we using the half floor for. If we're going to put the smelters, like the smelters could be on this floor for the copper ingots. No, because these are making the actual sheeting, so the smelters would be done. So these would be flipped around backwards so the water can come in from behind. They'd probably be over here. That. Oh no, we turn them. But we'd be fine with that, right? Because if we're turning them like this, then that's fine. Then we would have smelters. We'd face them away. And like no, like this. So we'd face them inwards because we don't want to put as much piping and stuff on here. Require the water to go farther. I'm getting stuck in the unimportant details. We have 4 smelters anywhere in this open space. And these are our 4 copper ingot. Over here's our packagers. And you know, in some configuration, and our aluminum. With another half floor. Got it being. Our train should be. Well, I'm thinking about it. Let's go get the plastic that we owe the storage. Do not want it to be floating with a void during the autosave. Let's grab the plastic to replenish or refund the storage, and get some steel beam or more. glass flooring. We're on the autos. Done. Boundary. Or one. Crap being care of, water taken care of. So next would be the package, the empty fluid containers and the packagers to package nitrogen. So one of the things that's unique to, I think completely unique recipe. I don't know of any other recipe it does this. There might be another recipe it does. But this uses a packaged product but doesn't refund the bottles. Consumes the bottles. Which is why we have to have aluminum in the production chain at all, because these don't use the plastic containers. The empty bottles that take aluminum to make doesn't return them, so you can't have a packaged bottle loop. So we need to make those. I only had 5 crystals. I don't think I even stocked crystals. Oh, I just saw a map. I guess he's complaining about not being able to drive in a loop. Alert. Oh, I do have the crystal. Excellent. Not going to use it now that... I mean, because our spreadsheet tells us what we need there. Starting to come together. It's great, you know, and I'm actually seeing it from down here. Starting to see structure come together in the mist. No longer just a big void. There's something in it. That's so cool. I love that, you know, that's faded into the mist. Excited about this. I have been for a long time. I wanted to build this for such a long time. There were just other projects. I mean, I had this place earmarked as a project for a long time. I didn't know for sure that it was going to be turbo motors. Then we come down to turbo motors or something else. Or what the other big thing is we haven't tackled yet. I decided to. No regrets. So we only need 3 constructors and 3 packagers for the whole nitrogen thing. That could be floor 3. We have a ton of space over here. I mean, this will be used with the aluminum smelters, so there will be 6 of these. This floor is fine. Doesn't feel right. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, there's no true center. Okay. By the way, put it on the thing. But the idea here, of course, being there'd be 6 of these here. So this floor is accounted for. Don't need to eat up any more space. And since this is making the aluminum, it can go straight up into the constructors to make the empty bottles. Perfect. That would be for 3. And I suppose that we can put the actual packaging of the nitrogen on the same. And that leaves us with a lot of stuff still on the subsequent floors. We have 15 constructors for quick wire alone, 12 for steel pipe, 4 for screws, 2 for steel beams. Steel beams. Perfect. No, wait. We made steel ingots on the first floor. Building 1 because that's where the coal was. Oh, but since we're making the steel ingots on floor 1, true floor 1 is actually the conveyor transfer floor, the buffer floor for us moving things around. So we could make them in building 1, go straight under the ground, and then go across to building 2, and then come up. It's just somewhere of a lower height that's still convenient. So we only need 2 constructors for steel beams. We could do something like steel beams here. I mean, it's a bit of a lift, but doesn't mean anything, right? Our this whole thing's offset. Where this gets me into trouble, get rid of this. I'll start building on it, forgetting that it wasn't adjusted. And I'll have to pick up all the machines that were on it and be annoyed. Closer to the stations, and I don't have to worry too much about power. Light. Steel beams already. What? You guys, Okay, so this would be the transfer floor for building 2. And we would be doing smelting on the floor above it anyway. Or foundry work for the making of the ingots for steel. And we could just transfer them across onto the floor. You know, like maybe just, you know, like the conveyor holders that hang it from the ceiling. And then just bring them straight up. And just put them here probably. I mean, we can reconsider that later time. The thing is that we need 12 constructors for steel pipe and steel beam. So we might as well make a floor the steel conversion floor. We're going to bring a lot of steel up. And I think that the steel beams are going into steel screws. So they need to be grouped. Look at the master. Yes, steel screws. I think that's the only use we have for the steel beam. But we only have 2 machines making them. So that's going to be, we're going to say tentatively that's going to be enough floor into itself. Steel pipe. Will probably be its own floor entirely because that's 12 constructors. Or, because we know that we can pretty conveniently do 6 and 6 on either side of one building's floor, which would be perfect for steel pipe. But we also can do 7 and 7, and we have 12 steel pipe, 2 steel beams. They're all constructors. They're all using the same thing. They're using steel ingots. So we could easily do a 14 instead. And just like the 2 on the end would be steel beams. and would export those steel beams to somewhere nearby, or maybe the floor above or below, make the screws. Because there's not going to be a room for the 4 more for screws. The other counter argument is that it's 4 constructors for screws, 2 for steel beams. That makes a nice 6. We know 6 works great, right? We're gonna have 6 on one. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. So tentatively, are we? So we have aluminum production here. 4 and 3. 3 is the nitrogen stuff. I don't know what we do with this over here, but if we go up one more floor, this becomes steel. Let's get the crystals. And then probably the floor above them will be quick wire. 15 constructors. Or quick wire could be spread across 2. Because we have 6 constructors doing steel beams and screws, 1/4 of a building, right? One half of a floor. And then we could have 6 on the other side doing quick wire, and then the floor above it would be all the remaining constructors, possibly. That's 15 total. 9 on the floor above. Maybe we isolate steel to this building over 2 floors. So if we tentatively do this, and we go up a floor, settings into figure out what we do with the other half of it, but do here. Like, did I go all the way up there and not pick up more? Irony that I was just making a sign for steel beams. But I think what we do potentially, because we have that half floor that, what do we really do with it? That we do quick wire there, because we're talking about 15 quick wire structures. That doesn't really round out to a nice number for us on one floor if we're going to our symmetry. But we know that 12 is a good number. So maybe we do 12 quick wire on the floor above, and that little empty space we have 3 more. Merge them. Because we're going to have a conveyor going past anyway with the ore. So you can just let some off as it goes by. Super quick way down. Could possibly go wrong here. So I like the idea of using this remaining space not for steel beam, quick wire. It'd still be some leftover space, but like this. We offset that a little bit, and we don't have a whole lot of room to work with anyway, which is good. And that's an entire floor. Boop, done, just like that. That's perfect. And this is 4, 4. That's 2, that's 3, this is 4, okay. Perfect. Steel pipe. Steel pipe is the floor across from it. The packaging of the nitrogen is floor 3. That puts pipe is floor 4 on building 1. Pure and simple, nothing else. That puts screws and steel beams directly above them on 5. We don't have a UC yet for the next floor, but it's okay. Help if I put floor numbers. But this is also giving us what we need as far as just figuring out how many floors. Start to see how close we're getting to our target height. Right, something, right? Yeah, this is aluminum floor. Okay. As soon as I dare to finally start putting down signs, this is fluid tank. This is where the aluminum that was made on the floor below. And steel floor number 1, steel floor number 2. And that's the end of all of our subcomponents. Next, we need motors, rotors, stators. The pressure cubes can be made anywhere. So this is going to be the last. Okay, so now we're going to get into assemblers. So this is going to be all the quick. This would take. And this is where we might get into some misaligning of floors again. Because we're going to need assemblers. Need 35 total assemblers. And another thing that I've also, on my sheet, I have these in summaries, so they're rounded up. So a lot of these are going to be partials. But the grand total should be correct. When I say 6 motor assemblers, they're not going to, it's probably like 5 point something. The thing that we need to establish here is how many assemblers can we comfortably fit on a floor. We got all the math for all the small things. Falling. This floor is already accounted for. Matched directional. That now becomes likely to be permanent. Pretty good about catching that when I'm... Sometimes it gets sneaky. By me. They're copying the wrong ones. One that experiment with the assemblers to see how many we get on a segment. And also, can we get away with a 4 only height? You know, I mean, like if we can't, probably we make this floor taller than we need to. Like I said, I don't mind having misaligned floors. But I envisioned the misaligning floors to happen earlier, and then as we got to the top, it would adjust. And here we're getting near the top. In fact, we might end up adding more space to all the floors because we only have like 3 or 4 more floors to go, and we're not quite as high up as those. Thank goodness. How So we'll just drop some assemblers to see how they fit, and then we'll figure out which machines we're going to do on what floor based on the numbers and where our supplies are going to be. Let's start with orientation. I realize that these are not tentatively it's 5 if we go this way. Go otherwise. A lot more. I don't think we can get away with just doing 2 to a row. A little egregious. Assuming we do 3 to a row, that means we do 9. Pops down like that. Obviously, this is not the alignment, but the point is that be a 3x3 grid. Fairly comfortably, but again, we're getting into assemblers, and we're going to need some kind of scheme for layering conveyor belts, and we can take up space, make them look nice and neat. The benefit we'd get from doing it like this is a lot of dead space. Of course, we were talking about doing 6 on structures, which are even smaller. More dead space on that. But we have an option of this side, which is 18 to a floor, or that side, which is 10 to a floor. In the interest of having more floors, more inclined to go with the 10. Also, with it being 5 to a segment, stators are 15, so a good segment. I would put them on the floor above, because this is parallel to an already active floor. This would be motors or rotors. Something to that effect of either motors or rotors. I'm willing to wait on making that decision. Right now, I just want to. We're a striking distance where we don't need to draw it out. I can do math on the sheet. So height 1, 2, 3, 4. A little more cramped than the other floors. I wouldn't mind having a 5th one, but it's certainly workable. But the other advantage to growing the floors even more is that we can do ceiling lighting. Like, this is too tight for reasonable ceiling lighting. or even just clean wiring, ceiling wires. I think that I would want a minimum of another height on this one. So we'll say a similar, we'll just generically say a similar floor number 1. This over here was screws and beams. We're just going to call this simpler floor number 1. Floor number 5, but simpler floor number 1. I'm willing to pad this floor to a 5 height. I am finding it increasingly likely that I'm going to go back and add 1 more height to all the floors. Both to get it out of the mist further and to make it easier to do lighting and for power lines, roof mounted power lines. But that's easy math to do, figure out how tall the building will be, because we know how many floors we have, we just add 1 more wall height per floor. Just see where that ends up in the sky. We also have a drone platform to place, and I need to figure out where that's going to be. I have an idea. Not going to be on the same floor as the cranes. The drone platform, drones are going to drop off bauxite. Means this floor right here. Oh, it will. I don't have the material on me. That's okay. It will. I didn't put aluminum sheeting in the totals because I knew it was something carried on me anyway. That was or I just didn't count for the drone platform. I did not. All good. I love writing these two. A little better when you don't smack your face onto a wall, but that's a safety precaution. Something like this. Would probably be pretty neat. We'd probably want to center it as we could. But this would allow the drone not only to go disappearing into the mist, but it would drop down between the two buildings, and then would come rising up between the two buildings and then fly away. And I think that'd be super neat. Something like that, but it's going to be dropping off bauxite. Go straight into here. And picking up batteries. This will be the source where we're powering the actual drone. It's almost likely where it's going to be. This is floor 6. It almost certainly will be but we're going to do stators across both buildings, I think. Or above and below each other. Probably above and below. That would be building 1. Floors of stators. So I'm just going to just generically put simply floor 1 as motors. Motors, rotors. Floor 6 would be pressure cubes. And floor 7 is our turbo motors. That's everything. 7 floors. Lovely. That being floor 5. So we definitely need to add more height to the floors. This would be the final floor right here. I'm not going to bother placing any machine. Or I have the spreadsheet tells me what needs to be on the floor. Back of the floor numbers a little bit. Then this would be our roof. I'm not content with. Not tall enough. I would say we add a floor to the train floor. It's more head. It was already pretty tight over the trains. And then tentatively 1 per production floor. 8 more height. All typed. Departing from line. Need to see the 7 floors plus another height for the train is here. Still not as high as I would like. Could add another height or 2 to the transfer floor. I think we're kind of stretching it at this point. mean, it's coming out of the mist. A little decoration on top, it might be okay. This might be okay. Looks better from this distance than it did from, on the inside. I would like for it to be a little taller, but like so we can finagle an extra height here or there. Especially, like I said, the more height we have on a floor, the better we can potentially put lighting in. I'm definitely okay with adding another floor or two height on the transfer floor just because we're out of space there. I don't think that we'll ever have to stack these. But, options. And giving us a couple more floors on this would go a long way to making this not feel cramped. I mean, it doesn't feel cramped when you're down here on the station, but it does feel covered. Maybe we. But I think it's good. I think we've accomplished what we wanted to do. I like the groupings. I like the way they're coming together. I'm going to sit and stare at it a little bit more because I'm not sure that I'm accomplishing the amount of interaction between buildings that I want. Looking for more reasons to send a conveyor belt across the next floor. And the groupings came out real well for them to transfer between floors, but not between buildings. So I'm gonna stare at it for a while and might move some things around so that where we would have floor transfers, we have building transfers instead. The math will probably be all the same. Is like when we stacked the same thing on across two floors, for example, could have put them parallel instead, like quick wire. Oh, the quick wire was a unique situation because that was where we had the small remaining floor 3 because the refiners in the floor below, we needed to eat up that space. So quick wire would probably remain, but it doesn't necessarily have to, right? It could go across, and that could be the last 3, which would be the Caterium going one way and the quick wire coming back. So we could probably get away with like 2 of them doing that. So maybe that's a thing. I'm not worried about working out the logistics of where the belts will be, going up and down, because we have a ginormous amount of empty space that we balance out kind of where belts are going and get them between floors. So I'm not at all concerned about how the between floor transfer is going to be, even stuff that's going from the bottom floor way up is not a concern at all. We have a lot of experience with that, especially with the Tower of Power. The amount of transfer between floors is crazy on that one. We have belts that go from the bottom floor to the top floor. It looks fantastic, but I think that's a different approach. I think the belts here will be internal. On those, we did parallel lines outside part of the aesthetic and the pattern. Here, I think they'll be inside the building, going up and down, and the exterior of the building will be preserved. And I don't think we're going to just do generic windows. I want to try to do some kind of pattern with ramps or something like that to do kind of an X or something like that. Make the building feel more structural because it's sitting in the void. And while we will have feet disappearing into the void, as opposed to having it, like anchored to the surrounding walls, being suspended, we're assuming there is a ground somewhere in the depths, and so there will be pillars coming up for those. But I want the exterior of the building to be rock solid, and so I don't want the building to be held up by just steel walls with glass. Now there will probably be an interior glass layer because it needs to be safety. I want to walk out and fall out, but I want to do some kind of external structure around it. Also on the upper floors that are out of the mist, I want to do external walkarounds. Catwalks. You can actually leave the building and walk around the outside. Like if this were the floor, it would be the roof, it'd be the floor below it probably. Would have catwalks. You can come outside and walk around it and just kind of, stand there, leaning over the railing, feeling the mist in your face of the waterfall, and just watching trains go by. Like, right, this is a good height for it. All this isn't where it would be, because if that's the roof, then it would be right. It would be a 5 high or 6 high, wouldn't it? 2, 3. Like, this would probably be the last floor under the current left height. So you'd be able to come outside, walk around, and that's a great view. That is awesome. That's just absolutely perfect. This got centered perfectly. I love it. And the view around here would be, you'd be able to see all that. It looks like, I noticed this. It looks like this might need to be adjusted. Yeah, that's probably gonna need to be adjusted. That's okay. It can be done. There's nothing about this that says it can't be done. As long as this doesn't run into a wall over here, which it doesn't appear that it does. We would right there. The ramp would start going up. 3 over 1, 2, 3. It's always this is the support for the turn. So that's, oh, okay, we have the whole building offset. from the rest of the world grid. That's funny. So they would be out there. That's perfect. That works fine. And we'll just go right up by that way. And that would give enough room for the walk around on this side. Bunch. The gradual increasing of the incline so that we don't have weirdness going over the. It's as smooth as we can reasonably get it. Right, this should still be powered rail, so I'm trying to carefully stay over here. The location of the turn was somewhat arbitrary. It was, I landed on these rocks, so that's why the turn came where it was at. But it can extend. Not at all a problem. You can see I was already experimenting with anchoring into the face. Better. I also, as you can see, there's a difference in elevation, but I sunk some other pieces into it so that you wouldn't, it'd be a smooth transition. Kind of a pain. A lie. Right. And we're flat at this point. Remember, this is not powered rail anymore. Be real careful. Circle, the indicator of my power is dropping quick. All right. It was just that easy. You see, I was talking about the transition. We're going to a thinner piece, the real pain. It doesn't want to latch on to anything. Then we have an inverted. Out. Looks much better. There is so much of our existing train line that I need to go through and do stuff like that. I've always intended to anchor all of the train lines. I mean, all the train foundations are relatively close to the ground. It was meant to be more realistic. I didn't want to have sky trains going everywhere. But I do need to settle on an aesthetic to, you know, make them look better, make them look. There's all kinds of different things we can do to make them look like traditional or even futuristic, like rail trestles. And then go through and put supports and then maybe archways. I mean, it's quite an undertaking for, you know, now that the train network is global, but it needs to be done. And it will be eventually. I mean, you know, whenever we finish this series, I do intend to make the map available for download. Hopefully by then I'll have a Patreon up and running. And I can just throw it on there for download. But there's house cleaning that I want to need to do on the map before I'm willing to give it to the public. Just, you know, temporary machines lying around that need to be cleaned up, and, you know, it's kind of shameful, to be honest. My standard. But I think we've got what we're looking for here today. We've got our tentative building height. We have reasonably the groupings, how we're going to do the machines, how many machines per floor. We might do some flipping. Anywhere that we have floors communicating up and down, we might have them go lateral instead, just so we have reasons to have more various interacting between the buildings. All of this will eventually go, just the original support, just to measure out where we were going to fix the building. But yeah, it's pretty good. Definitely going to have to extend the height of the floors. So all the stuff that's been placed is going to be. I'll do it off camera. But floor design's good. Happy with it. Yeah, overall this project's turning out great. Want to look at. This was a bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. I kind of want to see what it's, you know, with the layering is going to look like. Trying to look down, you know, through multiple floors. Not too bad. I mean, it's always expected that the higher up we get, the harder it's going to be to see down in the void. Plus, the game still shows the sky on a reflection of glass, even if the glass is covered. Right, like this. Or in the dark. See, like there, right there, you can still, we're still seeing the reflection of clouds in the sky. They've gotten a little bit better with the lighting. I assume that's an update 8 Unreal Engine 5 benefit. So this is still a little bit better, but it's always kind of been a problem of looking, wanting to look down through glass and not being able to because the sky is reflected even though you're interior. Looks like a night. A little bit better. Although at night it'll be probably not better because, if we put lighting on the interior of the floors, it'll probably look awesome, but the transparency going down will probably be muddled by lighting on ceilings shining down on them. That's fine. We're never at night anyway. Okay, I think that's we're gonna head back, or we're done here, I think, for today. Accomplish the goals that we set out. I would like to swing by the space elevator and then head back home for a wrap-up. I'm still curious as to what happened to our freight car earlier in the session. For anyone coming late, freight car disappeared on us. Gone. Right, because I think we moved to the other train. The left. Should not be docking. There's nothing for you to dock with. As long as nothing happens, we're okay. There you go. Make sure that the train is on the way. It's on the right side. I thought we moved it to the left. You know what, let's leave it. Because we're gonna, not right now, but we're gonna need to transport more stuff over to the action area. We'll use our personal train for that. seeing a bunch of trains going in about their way, doing different stuff. Problem. I might cause a train wreck right here. Intersection, not. That should be pathing signal. That should be a pathing signal. This pathing signal. Train. Oh, train. It had a full head of steam. Yeah, we can't be blocking this this passageway. It's kind of a critical thoroughfare for all of our stuff. Welcome, Lord Fatty the Vast. Welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, you're catching here. We're closing in on wrapping up, but I appreciate the compliments. It is a fantastic factory. Right there was the Tower of Power that we just passed. And the Illuminati aluminum plant. We're already past it. We wouldn't be able to get. There's nowhere to turn. I mean, I guess we could turn around right here, but. Oh, into a downslope. Brakes. Actually, around right here. I'll give you a quick. We obviously can't tour the entire factory, but we're wrapping up anyway. I don't have a project we need to work on. But they really. This is the first time I'm seeing the new landscaping in the background. I read that they were working to improve that. That's nice. That's a nice backdrop. Oh man, good frames in this area. Goodness, this is the first time I've been in this area in update 8, and holy cow, what is going on? Wow, it was like I don't have anything running here except for a few miners. Look at the density of the terrain. I mean, if there's any area to get choked up, this would be a good area for it because we're never coming here. After that episode where we came through here, I think looking for hard drives, and I died so many times to the fighters. Mostly out of determination to not make a new set of gear just to go hunt my other gear. And so it was, we showed up originally with our rebar and that we died, and so then okay, we got our one emergency weapon. It was the rifle, then we died on that, and explosive stuff. That my microphone started. It was. I never want to go back to the swamp ever again. Yeah, I mean, if you're... Oh, man, there's a new tree. These trees were not here last time I came through. Because update 8 has replaced all the trees. So it looks like I need to come through here and do some cleanup. I cannot stay parked here for very long. Things go really south if we block that line. But this is the Illuminati. Aluminum plant, where it's actually set up for, you know, workers. They have their parking lot where they can park. We even have people who are no good at parking. All the buildings have their own themes. We have cycling and trash, and we have trucks that are loading and unloading. I mean, they're not actually loading and unloading, but that's all part of the backdrop just to hide all the conveyor belts. Why is this? Behind the scenes. I think this is my favorite build on the entire playthrough. Spawn some trees. Yeah, so originally, you can see these holes were built around trees. These were not here before. I'm gonna have to come through here and do some beautiful trees. They've definitely been moved because there were trees in these lots. This is the walk area for the employees. A functional water tower. You can see there's water bottles going up, empty bottles coming down. There's actually machinery in there. Guard post. Executive parking. Now wildly overgrown. Wow, really, really overgrown. Goodness. In the middle of it, yeah. That's all functional. It's a full-scale aluminum plant. Industrial waste area. How we're disposing of overflow excess water. These rocks were always here, which is why the paths go around it. And parking space for work trucks. Walk areas, they can walk around and enjoy the surroundings. Yeah, this was my favorite build. Unfortunately, because it's such a tight build, we only have room for one. You can see we're right against the cliff wall, having to hide all the stuff behind the build. We had to get real creative with our stations back here. Causes a lot of congestion. You see everything's backed up now because I stopped the line. And multiple trains use this one station. Those aren't part of the build. That's our nitrogen intake. The future water loop for the turbo motor project we're working on right now. There's a whole road system around there for people to arrive on their buggies and cars and everything. Yeah, I'm always really pleased with that. It looks like I have to do some serious cleanup of it though, because not only did the trees that I had originally cleared out respawn, but those are new trees that definitely were never there. I don't remember those gigantic ones. They're really pretty. I'm going to feel very bad about taking them down. I might be able to adjust some of the walkways around them, around the new trees. Maybe I can preserve some of them. Especially since it looks like some of the old trees aren't there. Like they've been, the area was reworked and so new trees replaced some of their trees and they're offset a little bit so that the little observation areas around them are no longer appropriately lined up. So if I destroy those trees, then there'll just be grass sitting there. I think I'm not gonna worry about these other stuff right now. Because there's nothing we'd really be able to do at the area anyway. Because there's a bunch of other material that I need to transport over there, so all I'd be doing is going over there and looking at whether or not the stators got finished. Probably have. But I still need to transport a bunch of other stuff over there. And so I can prep that between or on the next episode. So 60, which will be next. Should be out sometime this week or Saturday, hopefully, as long as I have the time. And there's the Winter Wonderland from last year, Santa's workshop. And we're passing it. I want to make sure that we needed 1,200 stators. Let's go ahead and drive up. Just look to make sure we had. We should be just shy of them, assuming that we get all the math right, which no, wouldn't happen. Wow, the UI reset itself. It's the same thing. Same place it happened last time. Crossing into this area. There's reason to believe that the math is off, but I'm in a rush. The numbers will be off a little bit because the distribution between it's 16 machines, and so some of them will have partial fills and not have. And then I'm going off camera. I'm going to have to clean up all this wire that overflowed into it. But we should be near 1,200. I not. When we reloaded, I forgot to delete this belt. Okay. That's fine. We were going to bring it all over here anyway, because it needs to remeld with the stators we already have. 2,400. And that's an odd number to be at. Why are you 4 shy? Oh, you're 4 shy because they're on this. Yeah. So we are at 48 out of 6,000, right? Yes. The 1,200 is the correct target. And we have enough room down here to store it. So assuming that this hits 1,200, we just merge that with the line and it goes, and we have all the stators that we need. AI limiters should be at 4,800. Be at 4,000, right? Container holds. This, however, should not be shy by 6. We can adjust that out of inventory. Before I do that, though, I want to look back at home and try to figure out why there's 6 missing. 4 missing here, and that's not going to be stuck in a. Oh yeah. because again, as I mentioned, they're going to be... Oh no. It's been running all the time. That means these are all backing. That means we have probably a bunch of... Okay, I was ready to stack to 500. Let's put a halt to this. Delete this now. We will never speak of this monstrosity. But it is kind of fun to watch them slumping down. I'll have to drain those storages to an awesome sink. That should only be a Mark 1, right? Oh, right, because I always like to be just a hair, because it's at exactly 60 per minute. And you can't catch up if you get backed up if you are exactly on the number. And I'll have to go through and drain all these lines. But that's future me. Problem. What we're going to do is we're going to pick any other recipe. Don't care what it is, because changing the recipe will empty the inventory. Oop. And I'll end up turning it back to these recipes, so they'll all take in all the wire, and I'll just go to do a mass paste right back off of it. Actually not that big of it. I left the last one on purpose. Any steel pipe we have in our inventory. What we need for the final set of then I can go through. That way it'll start picking up all of the lines. Once they're all in, but again. So that'll drain automatically for us. That should take care of all the stators. Or remaining stator. Throw that in there because that's what those are all full of. Name our inventory. We got 1200. Right on the dot. Never a doubt. I don't even need a merger. This. Have a snake all the way around. If it's just temporary, we'll delete it once it's done. The other thing that we should. break that so that any future stuff we do on here stays where they're supposed to be. All right, that's good. It'll take care of itself at this point. Because we needed a few AI limiters, but we need all these lines to be empty, and I'm just can do it itself. When I come back, those will be done. You know, and I can cycle the recipes, pull all of the copper wire out, and with the AI recipe or the what do we need the AIs for? For electromagnetic control rods. I have a bunch of at home. Did I already make these? No, because I wasn't working on this project yet. I made electronic control rods, but I made it for something else. I think. Maybe? Oh, this is gonna be silly if we go home and realize that we had already made all of these. No reason I'd make these at home. That's the whole point to having that area. I don't think so. I know that I made electromagnetic control rods at home for something, but I'm sure it wasn't that. I don't even have any notes down here on that intent. We need 4,000 electromagnetic control rods. This. We'll look and see how many I have stored. I know it was something. I thought it was something to do with our current turbo motor project. I don't know. I don't. Even the. He's a heavy train. We get off our brakes, started rolling backwards. Doing our best. We love her. Probably give her a better name than subscribe. Name of the train, subscribe. I picked that up as a running joke in another series, a Minecraft series that I watched in the past, where a bunch of the people on the server all, as a running joke, they renamed all their tools to subscribe. They wouldn't have to ask viewers to remind viewers to please subscribe. They would just whenever you saw them switch tools, you would see it come up down there, subscribe. And it was just a running joke they had. I borrowed that. I'm gonna have to figure out why I was making these. I mean, I might have been making them ahead of time for this. Fight is a thing, but shouldn't have been, because the whole point is to do all this out. And I have to investigate why we're seemingly breaking even on taters. Right, the line hasn't drained. Yeah, the line hasn't drained. We're hitting it right on the dot. And we shouldn't be. We should have extra per minute. But that's a future me problem. Let's get home. Home and wrap it up. One last bit of frame stuttering. Terrible. Avert your eyes. It's got to be a foliage density thing because, like, we didn't see any frame loss all stream. Not in this area. And then we just saw a bunch of frame loss over in the swamp where it's very dense foliage. So maybe there's a setting I have to play with the foliage. We'll see. But we're home. We've done our tasks. We've accomplished our goals. I need to go back to a little bit of math, a little bit of design with the new information that we have. This got me to where I need to be to start. I have the tools now, information necessary to make those informed decisions and start finalizing some of our plans. I expect Sorry about that. I expect that there's probably at least one more stream in our future. It's my microphone. There's probably one more stream in our future for turbo motors. Again, I'm going to work on an episode this week related to it, but a lot of it's going to be a recap of what we've done. Probably some progress in it. We'll see. But there's a lot more to be done to actually finish up the project. So I expect there will be at least one more stream centered around this particular project. So tentatively, I'm going to attempt to stream on Sunday. It depends on, again, real life and things. Mentioned from time to time, I am not a professional YouTuber. I'll make money doing this. And sometimes real life stuff has to take precedence. No, this is what I really enjoy doing. But, having you guys come out is support in itself, and help save the hobby. And my microphone is really going crazy. It knows it's time to wrap. So thank you very much for coming out. I always enjoy your presence and your support for just being here. Be sure to leave a like on your way out. Subscribe if you haven't. But keep your eye out for the next episode 60, probably later this week, and watch out for the next live stream. So thank you very much for coming out. Enjoy the remainder of your weekend, what's left of it, and I will see you soon. If you enjoyed this, you may want to check out one of these other videos, and thank you very much for your time.